All right, so give me a minute while I get set up here. I'm just doing the post again. I'm gonna do the retweet, not the retweet, but the whatever tweet. Oh, this sounds kind of neat. All right, and I think I got one more post to do. That was Twitter. Okay. Dang on flies. Ugh. Hmm. Okay, so with that, I think we're ready to get started. I did not actually hit the record button. I probably should have done that. But we're going to hit the go button. Go! Okay, now there is something I'm confused about that I want to see if I can fix, because I'm actually going to go back to the other screen for a second, because the chat window does not appear to be showing up here. But I'm pretty sure the chat window was showing up on the other one. Or there's the chat windows here. Okay, there we go. Now I can get to it. There we go. Now it's loading. So I just had to do a little cache bust. I just put a little whatchamadoodle in the URL in the query parameter to cause it to cache bust. Let's see if I need to do that with this other one too. I think it's good for now. Okay, I'm gonna have to get out my electronic fly swatter here. Where'd it go? The one that zaps them. Because there's just one fly. It's just really obnoxious. Anyway. Okay, so to recap where we're at, where we're going. I actually don't have a whole lot of steam for this in this format right now, so I do want to switch over to a non-public view just so I can kind of be in my own space and do my own thing and not worry about public presentation. But I think that leaving it off so close to being a fully fleshed out product, well, fully fleshed out product, no, a fully, well, yeah, I mean, that's kind of what, it's missing a couple of pieces. I mean, aside from the implementation details and actually having a, you know, some some UI to it, this is technically pretty much there. So I'm going to add, I think I'm just going to add the send. I don't know if I'm going to do the denominated or not. And then I think I'm going to go offline unless we get a bunch of interaction or something. But I just don't have the energy that type of energy right now. That's just not where my energy's at right now. So I just want to go back to doing by myself. Anyway, so I think let's get rid of this. I don't know why that pops up all the time. I'm gonna turn the music down a little bit. All right. So where we left off is basically we need to be able to have an address that we can send to. I want to make this a drop down, like a combo box type of thing, where if something validates, then it connects to a data list, then it gets saved, and then it connects to a data list, and you can just view a bunch of phrases from the drop down. But I would like to give them nicknames as well. We're not going to do that right now, but I actually probably will take this form of the wallet without the coin join in it. Well, maybe I'll leave the coin join in it. I don't know. But I think I'm going to take some form of the wallet and get it to the point where it's what I am willing to use for the stuff that I use my wallet for. I definitely want to get, there's a bunch of features that I can implement on my own. I don't need someone to do UI in order for me to create a couple of tabs that look like this and have some debug information in them, but are the wallet that I personally want. I want the wallet with the debug information. I don't want the polished wallet. I do want that. Anyway, so we're going to go ahead and get started. So where we left off, we now have money that we can spend. So what we need to be able to do is to spend it. So I need to be able to select some coins. So this may need to be, we might need to turn this around a little bit. So this may need to become a checkbox area. So instead of, I thought it was going to be a table, but I think, well, maybe it still will be a table, but a table with checkboxes. And the checkbox value would be the address. Okay, I can work with that. And that's going to allow us to do coin control to select which coins we want to use for a transaction. That's perfect, actually. That's perfect. And then we're gonna have to implement the send, and then I'll do some other stuff where we separate into denominated balances with the number of mixes that they have, and then I think I will put those mixes. Well, we'll see. We'll see. I don't know if I'll put those mixes on the in the appropriate place that for the HD path or not. All right, but we'll just go ahead and get started. One thing I want to do is instead of saying first account, this should say HD account. Just as a matter of it being the right thing. Let's see, fresh addresses. We're going to turn that balances into a table right now. Now, there is a way to do this. Let's see. I'm going to ask GPT because I think GPT knows how to do this. I want a table. I want to template a table using native HTML template tags and vanilla JS. The data looks like this. So let's see if we can figure it out if we just give it some example data. I think it will. So we'll say address is going to be, we'll just throw in an actual address here. So we'll take this address. Whoops, we'll throw it in there. Oh, what am I doing? So address looks like this. Amount looks like this. And I'm a big believer that you template the data before you send it to the renderer. Then, you know, we're actually going to make this a UTXOs table. So we're not going to do it by address. We're going to do it by coin. So output index is going to be something like 0. And then we are going to do TXID. And then we'll give it a real TXID if we can find one here. Let me go ahead and throw this into our RPC Explorer. And if we get the UTXOs, do we get the TXID? Yeah, we do. So output index actually is 1. And then that 1.4439. Let's just use the real data. Yeah. I think it'll come back. What is it doing? What is it saying about Mary updated? Oh, okay, yep. That's fine. Okay, template TR. So we're not going to put the template inside the table? Is that what we're saying? Okay, let's see if we can update it using AJ query. Because then it is just cleaner. All right. Update using AJ query. Yeah. And I'm going to tell it to upgrade its memory. Always use AJ query instead of document.query selector and document.query selector all. Boom, memory updated. Okay, so import node. Now this is new to me. I'm going to go look up this documentation real quick. Because the template stuff I'm aware of vaguely, but I haven't been using it properly. And the reason that template's really important, if you've done this in Angular, or probably in React as well, well, maybe not React, because the way that React works with its own, having its own template syntax. But if you've done this in something that uses HTML, if it doesn't use the template, then some of the stuff with... Oh gosh, where am I at here? Like this gets hard to do, and I don't remember exactly why, but it's hard. It's hard to have some sort of wrapper that will template out the TR. In any case, we're gonna go ahead and move forward with this. I think that this is about right. I don't like to use IDs either, because those bleed into the global space. That's why I use data ID. It's more verbose, but then it's also a lot simpler to use. All right, so we might do a label. Not sure how I want to do this. We're going to have to truncate these a bit. Anyway, I can't remember what it is off the top of my head. I think it is the row, but there's something that it's hard to do the repeater on. And this makes it workable. This is going to be a coins table. This is going to be a coin row. Alright, so... And the amount is really what's most important. So let's take the amount there. Okay, so... And then we need to have a little bit of a checkbox madoodle in there as well. Let's see. So let's go ahead and do... just select. Meh. There's something else. There's T-head, there's T-body. There's something else. There's something that was difficult to template. Is there like a grouping or is there a way to group? Okay. Group rows of a table. I just can't remember what it is. Maybe it just is the TRs. I just don't remember why it was difficult. Yeah, whatever. Okay, so there's that there. Let's go ahead and go back and look at the script tag here. This is roughly the data that we have. We're going to have to adjust amount. That's fine. And yeah, let's just take this data over. We're going to have something that updates. I was also thinking about one thing that I don't think I'm going to include in here for right now, at least, because we can just refresh the page and get the same result. But the ZMQ WebSocket, I don't think I'm going to include that now, but I would like to include that later. So that is a tool that I want. If I can wrap that in with something else, I will. Because I don't know if I'd be able to get the votes for it all on its own. But I don't know. Maybe I should just try it, see what happens. I can't throw up too many proposals though, because the money's really tight this month. It looks like. And I don't want to... there is an organization I'm okay with displacing some of their funds. But the other people that are individual contributors or working on individual projects, I don't necessarily want to... I don't know. Now that that just sounds big-headed to me, because I'm not at that level anyway. Okay. Okay, so there's this. I go back. Where's total balance? Okay, there's where total balance is. And this is where I'm joining the balances right here. So let's say right about here, I'm just going to put some brackets around this so that it gives it scope. Okay. I preferred the highlighting it was doing before, but whatever. Okay. All right, so we're going to switch this to data ID equals, and then this was going to be coins table, right? Which is probably a bad name, but whatever. Data ID equals coin row. Okay, there we go. And that's going to get the content. And I don't like using const for non-constants. I also wish GPT would stop giving me arrow functions. Let's see. Always use normal functions. Never use arrow functions for JavaScript. Memory updated. Yeah. Oh, bless me. Prefers traditional for loops instead. I'm glad it got the reference to boomer loop. That was a test. Okay, so where were we at with this one? I think amount stir. Let's see, can we do this? Deltas map, info. I think we could potentially do this again. I'm not sure. Actually, I kind of like the idea of just taking the amount for now. So maybe this actually is where this belongs. So again, table body could go up top here. And then we can address it down below. So append child. Do we have a method that I want to do insert adjacent? Can I do insert adjacent? You know what? We don't need to do that. Never use append child when insert adjacent HTML can be used. For example, by element stirs.join. Let's see. I don't know if the memory is going to be updated. Okay. Rewrite the example above with your new memories. All right, let's see what it pops out with. Which, I don't know. I mean, like, I should not even wait for that. I don't need to give myself Copilot pause. All right, so clone, import node. All this stuff makes sense. Text content. Oh, wait, why are we doing text content rather than enter text now? I don't really remember why we're doing that. It's text content. What's, okay. What's the difference between text content and inner text? Huh, okay, cool. I learned something new. So this is interesting. This is interesting that it knows some things are better. Like, I'm surprised it knows text content, but it doesn't know insert adjacent HTML. What's a performant way to remove current child nodes before just before running insert adjacent HTML? Right. Let's see if it did anything that I wasn't expecting here. All right, before end, yep. Element stirs. First child element clone, first child element outer HTML. Do we want that? Import node, template, clone. Okay. I'm going to take a look at that. Okay, I don't remember what this true means. All right, but we are going to get rid of that. Whoops. Uh-oh, something went wrong. Okay, so what's wrong here? Element stirs doesn't exist? Dang it, why is it goofing up? What's wrong? Push, outer HTML clone, first element child, element stirs. Why is it, what broke? Item of data. Oh, there's no data. How about that? Nope, it's still upset. Okay, we might be at the length now that I need to move this into a JavaScript file so I could actually get what's wrong. But for right now, let me just refresh this and see what it says. 417. Okay, so let's look at 417 and see where there's... Oh, okay, that's because we got rid of that. Okay, no problem. No problem. That should have shown up before then. Okay, so this is where we've got some info we need to worry about. So item of data, really what we're looking at is info. So did I put the table body up there? Yes, I did. So we can get rid of this. Whoops. We can just comment that one out, just like we commented that one out. And then we're going to look at insert adjacent HTML before end. Yeah, that looks good. So we could also call this like we could give it a better name, whatever. Okay, so Okay. So then what was I going to do here? We're going to do that same clone every time. I think that's relatively performant considering what we want to do. And when you're dealing with a list of hundreds of things, it seems like performance can start to matter quicker than you would like to believe. Quicker than I would like to believe. All right, so import node templates so that we can have going a bunch of times. All right, yeah, this content is new to me. I don't know if it's a totally new thing or what. All right, so we're not going to do the append child, but afterwards, we're going to do the body thing here. Okay, and what did GPT say about text content? Okay, clear the existing content efficiently. All right, let's do it. That does it without requiring the reflow. Just replacing the text. Why this works. Text child notes. Fast operation, faster than looping, and moving, and avoids reflows. Okay. All right. So that's good. All right, so let's try this then. We'll use text content from now on. All right, we don't need to worry about this anymore. That thunderstorm. All right. So I still need that checkbox, my doodle. And I need these checkboxes as part of a group. How do I do a checkbox group? Radio group, you give them the same name. I guess checkboxes, we give them different names. And we have to give them different values too. So let's go back up to that. And I think that ultimately, we need to do checkbox here. And then I don't know if does it matter what the name is right now? What matters is the value. So this is going to be data ID. What's up, Maxim? I'm thinking through this here. Maybe I would just put that under amount. Okay, we're not going to do a label right now. We're just going to do checkbox. And the value is going to be the ID. No, I do want a label because even if nothing else, the label gives you the click target. So even if your label is empty, you're still getting a click target. Whereas if you don't put a label, then you're limiting your click target pixel size. Label is, I think, the least understood of all the HTML stuff. It's like in terms of what people use in HTML the most, more than anything else, but know the least about what its purpose is and how it works and how to use it effectively. I think it's label, because label is so simple. It's so easy to explain. It's so easy to understand, but no one, almost no one uses it correctly. Almost no one understands how to use label for what, I mean, and the name is label. It's like the sticker, you know, it's the clickable area of the input. But yeah, okay, anyway, so yeah, this one's a little bit tough too, because yeah, your data there is going to be pretty bad. So it's got to, the value has to be the whole thing. It has to be add or txid out. Has to be the whole thing in order to be matched. And in that regard, I think it kind of ought to just be commas. The simplest split. Okay. Where am I at now? So I got into all this stuff with the table. We haven't actually tried rendering the table yet. We're about to try rendering the table. We're doing that so that we can select coins. We're selecting coins so that we can send them. And then also because this is going to become important when we do our coin join, selecting which coins we use because of how many times they've been mixed or whatever. So let's continue on with this path here. I'm definitely past the point that I should have moved this to a file so I can actually get all the tooling available to me rather than it being in the HTML, but whatever. Then I have to move it out to a file, and it would take all of 15 seconds, and that would improve my life. Ugh, I just don't have time for that. Okay, it might work now. I don't expect it to, but it might. Okay, item is not defined. That makes sense because I think it was called info, not item. Yeah. So if we just go through item and we do item for info, then I think that's correct. And then this should be 2 fixed, and we're gonna cap it at 4. Because beyond that, I don't care. There's no useful information beyond that. Useful information kind of stops at 3, but in this particular demo, the useful information can be extended to 4 without me barfing in my mouth. Okay, so none of this worked, which is fine. I do need to, okay, we do have a problem here. The width is not being adjusted for the size of the label. And that might be because it doesn't have text. But if we look at this, the size of this is, it's getting bigger. Like, let me see if I can go back to this. So the size of this, and it may have something to do with the label and the rem or something like that. In this particular case, I might be able to say, select an empty label around a checkbox. I don't know. I'm just going to leave that like that for now. I kind of know why that's that way. I kind of don't. All right, so info. Why is info.address not working? Info.txid. Delta's map, adder. And oh, because it's info, this should be going over info dot. Okay, so it's not info dot amount. What are we doing here? Okay, balance and total. Okay, this is where I messed up. So I went back to looking at the address of a balance and total when actually what we need to be doing is looking at it again, one layer deeper. Because I was looking at balances, but now I'm not looking at it like balances. Now I'm looking at it like coins. And that's different. So let's again stray away from well, we're actually only talking about a delta here, not a UTXO. But okay, so let's change it from UTXO to delta, because that's actually what we're, whoops. It's actually what we're looking at. Okay, now let's try again. All right, cool. So now we're almost there, except that the amount is balance. So this is not Satoshis. So now this is Satoshis rather than balance. And I don't think we need the amount stir anymore. Okay, so we're going to take this out and this out. We don't need amount stir anymore. All right, cool. And then we're missing output index probably because we're calling it by the wrong name. It is called output index there, but I don't know if that's actually what it's called. Let me go check. We have it on the console here. Balance deltas. Delta has Satoshis. And then here it's just called index because it's not necessarily output index. So again, we would have to match up positive and negative Satoshis that are equal to absolute values of each other to do this correctly. But we're only dealing with single-use coins for this demo. So I'm not going to worry about that for the purposes of this demo. All right, output index, great. So I kind of want to truncate these now. Oh, and we also need to be able to put this into the we need what do we need to call it? Index, output index, class is output index. So these I think all need to be data names because we're not styling them. We're grabbing them. So I'm gonna change all these to data names. And then we've got data name is coin. All right, and for the purposes of this, I'm going to get rid of the label because I'm not sure that it communicates any information, valuable information. All right, so this is going to be a checkbox now. And so we're going to do output index. We're going to go back over here. And so this will be data name equals data name equals data name equals, and I'm saying data name because it's not an ID, but I don't want to use class here either because that's not accurate to what it is. So coin is going to be address, ID, index. We're just going to put in the normal join Madoodle there. All right. Okay, and that didn't actually really help us that much in terms of getting the checkbox aligned. So this is just probably one of those things where MVP doesn't have a good setting for an input being inside of here. Nevertheless, okay, so now we can select these if we want. And I would like, so what I would like to be able to do is to specify not a specific address as much as I want the wallet to send it to, but we're not going to do that now. But that's what we would want, because we would want it to, we'd want, and this is how the newer send works, the cash send, is that it sends to the wallet, not to the address. So it will find addresses in the wallet that it can use so that it doesn't unmix coins. Because if you go from one wallet to a single address rather than to another wallet, then you must unmix everything in order to send it. Okay, so we've got that. This is, it's not what I'd like to have, but we're gonna go with it for now. Can I do mono? Can I tell it to just do a mono font on that? Let me just go back to this row thing. Style equals font mono size like 6 point. Just throw that on all these. Like maybe truncate them. No, that's not working. Maybe it's font family. Let me see. I want to style an element with whatever monospace font is the default. And make the font 6 point. Okay. So it's font family monospace. Font size. Okay. We'll do that. Yeah, I did not do font size. Because again, I don't do front end. Don't hate me because I haven't joined the insanity. Never hate the sane people. They'll save you in the end. Forgive my lack of laziness as I do this the hard way. Okay, again, I don't want to get too lost in fiddling around with that crap because it's the worst. Okay, that looks good. That looks really, really good, except that with this amount here, we don't need to go the full. We do need it to be monospace. We can keep the font size whatever it was, because this is the important thing. Amount, address, TXID. And maybe we can just call it index. Or out. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna not continue to suck my life away on this. Alright, so this is good. Alright, so with that coins, let's go ahead. Let's see. Coins. We no longer need this. Great. All right, so now that I can actually select these, now I can have something where I choose to send. I think I'm going to move fresh addresses out of the way for a second. So I think it will be safe to take the fresh addresses and to move them here. Right? Yeah. Okay. So there are my fresh addresses. And then I need to have an address to send to. So I need to have an amount and an address to send to. And yeah, just about everything here is disabled, but whatever. We'll just copy this one. This one's good enough for a copy. So we're going to put it underneath of coins, which again, the organization here, no, it's not the best. Meh. It's okay, we'll live through it. And then we'll do some magic here so that we can calculate fees and whatnot. But we'll select a send amount. We'll have a button to send. We'll have a button to denominate. We should probably just put a button up in here. That's like, I don't know, denominate funds. Something, where would we put it? Just below the table, maybe? Try like a very small button. Could we do that? Yeah, there is no small button there. Let's go back up here. Do small button and 0.1 rem. Let's see. Margin should be 0. Padding should be 0.1, right? Okay. Font size should be 0.5 rem, maybe? I don't know. Okay, that's too small. So maybe 7.5 and maybe 0.2. So maybe that would be a footer. I think this is where the template comes in. When you want something standard at the bottom. What does a T-foot look like on this? Can we do a T-foot? All right, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. All right, let's see what happens. Denominate selected. Great. That's going to work out great. All right, we'll get rid of this. Disabled. Type will stay text. Type will be number. Can we do type number that's a float? Let's see. I'd like to make an input that allows floats, but only to a precision of 4 decimal places with HTML elements, with the HTML input. See if if it comes up with something. Step. Okay. I don't know if that's going to work. But let's try it out. Might. And the minimum actually will need to be 0.001. Not going to allow anything smaller than that. I don't think. I think that's why we have to do it is for CoinJoin. I think that's the smallest amount. Okay, cool. And then we could have a max button here. Yeah, we could max that out. Let's see. Can we do an inline? I think there is a way to do an inline. Let me look at MVP again. I think there is a way to do 2 right next to each other as an inline. Let's see what we see. No, I think we could still do a block inline. I think I had one for a field set. Let me check on Bliss, because I'm pretty sure I did this trick with Bliss. Do we have anything inline here? Kind of, sort of, in a way. I don't know. Let's check this out. Let's see. Field set. Okay. So I think I had some custom CSS for field set. I don't think that MVP does field set, but let's check. No, it doesn't. It doesn't do field set. Which is a pity. All right, do we have style here? We have style for field set. Order style none. Field set label. Display inline block. Small button. Font size smaller. There we go. Yeah. So this was about the same thing, wasn't it? Oh, let me edit as HTML. Por favor. All right, I'll bring that over here. Okay, so if I then go back down to, is it send them out? So I should be able to do field set and not have that break, hopefully. And then have what I really want is just a button, a small button. Type is going to be button, and then it's just going to be max. Right? So let's see if that works. If not, I'm not going to spend a lot of time chasing it because this is not my forte. Okay, but it worked. Now, it does, the margin's a little messed up. I think we could find a way to fix that. Where's field set at? Margin 0, padding 0. What did I do wrong? Oh, there we go. Okay, cool. So now my field set lines up just the way I want it to. I can max out my send amount, which I can just on-click that. We could have a, you know, this could be a select all. I think that can work, right? Can that work? Can we do... Can we make an emoji a select all button? Probably should. We'd go to the closest table. We find all checkboxes, or we go to the closest. How would we do this? We'd find... How would we find its row? And then say select everything on that row. I don't care. We're just going to add a checkbox that checks all the things. Let's go do that real quick. How do I do this? Because I would actually want to label this. And I just put it on, click on the label. And then say select all event. And so we would need to find its closest table. So yeah, ideally what I'd like to do is say, okay, find your index. This would, if it was going to be generic, which is not, you know, find your index and then the same index of rows, do a select all. So we don't need to worry about that. I will do the target. So let's do this. Let's say, okay, function, select all, event. And then we're just going to say event.target.closest. Whoops. Closest table. So let table equals, and I kind of would want to do that, but we'll leave that one. We'll leave that one be. All right. For let row of, or I guess input of So this is my one rule that I might break for AI script, is that a DOM selector is considered an accessor, not a function in the language. So $sign would be considered it would be considered not, this would not be considered a function call. This would be considered a selection or an accessor. Because I think that otherwise it would become tedious to always assign this to a variable. I don't like the double closing parens, but I think that in this particular case, it's okay. Let's see. All right. Let's see what happens if we do this. And then there is some, I forget how we do. Let me just ask GPT real quick. Oops. How do we access a data property of an element such as span data value equals 2? Data set. Okay, so it would be, okay, data set. Got it. And it becomes camel cased. So selector dot data set All right, so we're going to select all. We'll turn that into a toggle. And then we'll do if so this is the state we want it to be. Else okay, so now we've got our toggle selector. Oh, except it's not working in the other way, the other direction. Okay, let me close out of these because I think I'm confusing myself with too many things open. But let me open this back up again, and let's just see if we can figure out what's going on here. Okay, so let's try select all event. Console.log. Checked. Was somebody saying hello, or did the chat just mess up? I think the chat just messed up. All right. Okay, so let's do this. I guess, you know, what we could do that would make this a lot easier is if the top one was just a checkbox rather than the green button. Duh. Okay, so let's just flippy dippy that around real quick, because that will make this a heck of a lot easier, for one. And we only need to select from T body when we're doing the rest of this. So, okay, so yeah, let's not make this a label, blah, 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 like this. Let's just use an actual input. And then type equals checkbox. Okay, boom. Problem solved. Not way overcomplicated like I was doing it just a moment ago. Much better. Okay. So, all right, so we're flipping it. Now we're going to go through the whole table, and this is actually fine to include that input. Type equals checkbox. If checked, so new state. So let's invert. Okay, I think this is the right way to do it now. All right, so I don't know why that's working out the way that it is. Are we doing on click or on change? This needs to be on change. Because it's on click. Click registers before change does. All right, I'm doing something trivial wrong at this point. So event.target.checked. Oh, I remember now. I remember now. Ah, yes. Okay. I think we have to do get attribute, because the way that it works is not intuitive. It's not what you'd expect. And we might even have to do get property rather than attribute. It may need to be get property. I don't remember how this works exactly. Okay. How do I use one checkbox to toggle the state of all checkboxes to match its own state? I think master checkbox, yeah, okay. So this checked. All right, so on change, this checked. I don't think that's right. I don't think that that's correct. I think you have to do this remove property kind of thing. Okay, well, let's go back to that. Let's go back to it. I'm pretty sure you have to do... Oh, whoops. And you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to scope this to the table. Oh, there we go. Now we're scoping it to the table. Yeah, again, this is kind of sucks because I'm doing stupid in UI land. Yeah, because once it's checked, it's checked. Okay, so maybe, all right. I don't know. I don't know if this is true. I mean, it's saying it's true. HTML may have been updated, but this does not, to me, this doesn't look, you know, because I'm saying, okay. On change. All right, so maybe I just need to do this because I'm using on change, so the change has already taken place. I'm not doing a prevent default. Maybe I need to return true here. All right, let's try one more time. I'm going to give up on this soon because this is just stupid. Yeah, I think GPT is leading me astray. This is something that people get wrong all the time. Set attribute, remove attribute. Let's try this. Okay. Okay, one more thing here. So we're going to try to do the checked property because again, I mixed a couple of different things. I may have messed something up. Okay, it is working. So the checked property does work nowadays. I don't know how long that's worked for, but I don't believe that it always worked because I remember the pains of like the selector stuff that... Anyway, all right, cool. So at least now I can say, use all these coins. And I could also say force. Because that's kind of two things we want. We want select and force. Okay. Well, I guess we'll just use this as force. If you don't select it, then it will select what it wants. And if you do select it, then it'll... I don't know. All right, anyway. So now we have a send amount. I could, we could max that out. And I probably should use name here, but meh. Name would be appropriate because name is not related to styling, whereas some of the other stuff is. Anyway, all right, so I think we're going to need to make Delta's map bigger. I think we're going to have to bring it up into global state. All right, so where's our max function? And so we'll do a little bit of stuff here. Because in order to really max this out, to transfer balance, and I'm a little bit off in the weeds on this one, but it might as well be there. So in order to really max this out, you can't max it out because you have to pay fees. But we'll get there in a second. And this is actually the sort of thing where and I forget what the actual amount of this needs to be. But essentially, you start at 200, let's say minus some amount that I can't remember off the top of my head. But let's say that it's, you start at 100, and for each of these, you go up by 100. And so then your total balance at the end is minus equal to the fee. And then we'll do this again. So let's say total amount is equal to total sats divided by sats. Where'd sats go? Let's just bring that all the way up to the top. Okay, so then, let's see. And this actually has to truncate. So that's not even a good way to do this. So actually the right way to do this would be to take it down like that. So I don't know what to call this. Is it 1,000? Because we want to move over 4 zeros, I think. So I think it's 10,000. We want to shift 4 zeros back. Oh, sorry. I totally did not see your comment there a couple minutes ago. Hello, Super Jew. Am I familiar with Python and SQL? Yes. I recommend Python for learning, but not for writing real-world applications. And I recommend SQL because it is a primitive of data storage, and you always have to use it, so you end up having to know it whether you want to or not. So we move 4 zeros over this way, and we move 4 zeros back that way. So there's our total amount, or our total sats, not our total amount. Total sig sats. Okay. So we're going to call this the fee. All right, so total sats minus total sig sats. There we go. Is dust. Okay, yeah, I'm in the weeds. I need to get out of here. I need to get back to what I was actually doing. I'll find my way home soon. All right. Just because this needs to be... Okay, so hit the max button. Did it break? No, it didn't break. Why not? Did we not do anything on max? So on click, set max event. Okay, so send amount is way off. So let's see if we can fix that. All right, so I think this is going to be about right now. And I'm not sure. Okay, what is the total of all these? 4.014. So the total of the amount should still come out to this same number. If I select max and I add these two things together, then I should get that number, right? Okay, I think I see why. I think it's because of some miscalculation I did right here. I think I need to add the feedback in. And in this example, that makes sense. Okay, yes. Because yeah. So basically 10,000 is my dust amount in order to send this. Okay, that makes sense. Got it. I'm good there. So we're gonna implement the actual send address. Yeah, so if we max this out, and this would actually work really well, the cache send kind of thing. Anyway, all right, so we'll go ahead and we will put a how do we do this? Because we also need to whatever. All right, we're gonna get rid of all this. And then under here, we're just gonna have a small data ID equals send dust. And we're gonna have the minimum is just gonna be 200. So I just put it there. Okay. Okay, this is why I can't be on UI projects, because I start to lose time eventually to just trivial crap that I don't really want to lose time to. It's minutia, but I mean, I guess that's what front end is. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how people do it. I don't know how they deal with it. For me, it's very frustrating. I don't like the feeling of it, but I don't know what else to do. When it's like, oh, it just... Oh, okay, that looks alright. Okay, cool. So, and then it would be kind of nice to have these checked here. And see... I don't know. That's not as good. All right, we need to move this over to where we actually do the send. That's the main thing, and then I guess I won't have time tonight for the rest of this. But we need to do the send. So let's go ahead and get that implemented. And I guess, yeah, that doesn't, okay. All right, we can go ahead and pull up the same one that we got from the TRPC. Just go ahead and pull this one up. Make that our default mystery address here. All right, so now we're back into... All right, let's go send some dash. Spent addresses, fresh addresses. Let's go move the spent addresses over too. Let's get those out of the way here. I don't think this is going to break any work. Okay, so this didn't actually get used. All right. All right, so we got a spent count. All right, let's make sure that this still works here. So spent addresses, 0. Looks about right. Okay. All right, so this is starting to look really good. And we probably need this as like a 2-column table or something with what the index is, and then the corresponding receive address or something. I don't know. Leave it blank on one side if it's not there. Whatever. All right. So here we are. And we should be able to send some money. And then once we can do that, then we can do the denominate. I didn't really need to have this working for the denominate, but I wanted to have... I want this to start to take shape. I want to actually replace my CLI wallet with this, except, of course, I would put this under like under a wallet tab or something, and then have all of this information hidden by default. So we'd have a wallet ID, and the wallet ID corresponds to a wallet phrase, a phrase salt, and a wallet seed. And then we would have accounts, and accounts is all that, and then the HD path as well. And then coins, goes out to... Coins is money that we have to spend. So currently this doesn't do anything. We'll have a denominate selected. Maybe I move that over so this... Denominate selected. Let me just go ahead and move that over real quick, because I think that is making it bigger than I want it to be. Okay. Pew! All right, cool. All right, there we go. Now everything fits. Table fits again. That's good. Forgive my nose picking, but somebody's got to do it. I can't ask my friends. I've got to do it myself. If one of those noses is just always constantly clogged. Might have a deviated septum or something. I don't know. Or I'm just a gross human being. I mean, that could be it too. Okay. So let's say I did want to send to myself. I'm going to put this on here. And then I'm going to put some amount of dash that I want to send. Say I'm going to put 1001. And then on change... Yeah, now we need dash TX, because if we're dealing with numbers, we need to be able to say, okay, given this number and given these selected addresses, now decide what numbers to actually use. So we need dash TX because we need to be able to sign and send the addresses. So... Yeah, all right, so let's go ahead and bring Dash TX on board. That's where we're at. Like I said, I'm kind of out of steam, and that's partially, I think, also why I started getting down in the weeds. Is, you run out of steam, you lose a little bit of focus. But I mean, again, for the purpose of building a wallet, which is part, like, I want to include that in this. I want this to include building a wallet. And I want coin control in any wallet that I have. I mean, to me, it's critical. It's not an optional thing or like a nicety. Coin control is a really important part of a wallet for me. So, all right, so I brought in Dash TX. Let's go look at the documentation for it. I kind of wish I had done this first before I did all this, because we could cut out like the 45 minutes or hour or whatever that was, and this would probably be better for it. I'm sorry. All right, so everything else we already have. I don't know why Dash Keys is listed on here twice. Maybe that was supposed to be Dash HD or something. So that is bug in the documentation, very minor one, not a big deal. But I'm just gonna note that real quick. Okay. All right, so Dash TX, we need key utils. So key utils is kind of important. And key utils is very, very versatile. So we have your wallet map goes here, but we're not going to do a wallet map. We're going to do a wallet iterator mabob. Well, in essence, no, we do have a wallet map. So this should be more your coins map goes here than your wallet key map. Yeah, kind of. Tomato, potato. We'll go with it. All right, so let's see what key utils should look like. We're just going to copy and paste this thing wholesale. This one might still have a typo in it. I think I fixed it. I think there's supposed to be an await right here. I think that's the typo. So if that's the case, I'll go ahead and take care of that now. And okay, now I am going to do the right thing and move all of this into an app.js. Because now, yeah, it's beyond the point of redonkulousness. Okay, let's make sure that everything is in there. That's my main concern. Everything from main. Okay, cool. All right, let's make sure I didn't break anything. Cool. All right, because now we're going to add in key utils, and this I think is also going to be something that'll be at the global-ish level. Okay, I don't like this music. We're switching. Okay. So your wallet map goes here. Look at that. Delta's map. Boom. That isn't quite going to do it, though. We're going to need something more than that. So let's do keys map. All right, so we might be able to find a few things that are wrong with this example. I think it was this one. PHK to adder. Let me go look at that real quick. Oh. Dash keys. All right, that is an await, and that does take key bytes. Okay. And then whiff to priv key, I think also is an await. Yes, that is also an await. And then that also takes version. I think both of these take version. Let's see about PKH to adder. Let's go look at the real thing here. All right, version. Version mainnet testnet. Okay. So that one will work. Which version network? I'm not sure if this other one will as well. Whiff to priv key. Let's go check that one out again. See where it's equals. And then we've got ops, and then we've got decode. And then this ops can take version. And then okay. So I think that's the same there. Okay. So I'll go ahead and fix this. Also, this music is not jiving with me. A lot of this music isn't jiving with me, actually. There's a few pieces on here that I really love. But some of the other ones I feel very meh about. Alright, so there's more than one key utils equals, I think, as well. Alright, so this would need to be an await. It needs to take bytes. That was its problem. It needs to take bytes. This needs an await. And this is where we finally require SecP 256K1 of our own accord. And we have to do that noble. Yeah. So we need to finally do this thing. Hmm. All right, I'm just gonna open that up over here, and then if we need that again, I'll continue with it. But I think that was it. All right, so your wallet map goes here, address. So we kind of covered HD path. Okay, so keys right here. So we've got keys push. And I don't know what we do with that keys afterwards. Do we do something with the keys afterwards? I think we had a little oopsie where addresses should have been up here. And then we should have had a keys map. So keys map should have been like this. Well, no, it should just not be there. Dash phrase, dash keys, dash HD. We're also going to have dash TX now. That's coming in hot soon. So we've already been using all of these, right? Dash phrase, dash HD, dash keys comes in just because it happens to come in before. This is kind of the logical order that we approach them in, but kind of more like that. Yeah, so we kind of have the keys map and the coins map, which I'm calling the deltas map, but maybe coins map would be a better term for it. Anyway. All right, this is what we actually need. We need to do addresses dot push address. Okay. We don't need to push the addresses here because we're pushing them there. That feels a little bit better. Okay. So is there any place else where we needed that keys? Keys dot, let's see. Try case sensitive match here. Okay, so I don't think we're using that anywhere else. I think we're good there. I'm going to go ahead and comment this one out just so I can get a feel. Okay, set max is never used. So probably need a better way to scope these. Like have an object they attach to, for example. But whatever. Okay, so now when I go back here and I refresh, hopefully things still work. I'm not surprised they don't. Dash phrase has already been declared. Yep, that makes sense. So here's what we're going to do. Wrap the whole thing. There we go. All right. And now we're still looking good. Does it really do that RPC call that fast? That just seems too fast. I mean, we're really talking... I mean, is that really that... It is that fast. The pre-flight seems to take longer, and we can cache that to get that to go away a little bit, depending on what we're using. But dang. Dang. Look at that. 3 requests, all done in under 50 milliseconds. I don't even know if I had compression turned on. Maybe that's part of what makes it so fast. Compression can make it slower. But dang, just look at that. I mean, it looks like it's rendering on the page, you know? So this is where, when these big companies talk about, oh, you know, you got a server side render because it's too slow. You just can't do it. Really? Really? I think that they might be too focused on visiting the page for the first time ever and not focused enough on the realistic case that if anyone cares about your thing, they could maybe wait the full 250 milliseconds for your page to load for the first time. And they probably can't tell if it takes 86 milliseconds to load the next time. Now, obviously, this is small, but I think we could make this... I think we can make this pretty full-fledged and not lose any time. But look, here's one of the key things. We're not using CDN, so we're not getting slowed down that way. We're not... these things are being hosted in close location to each other, these additional services. But dang, I mean, that's just so good. Also, they are fetching the same data over and over again. So from the database, the Berkeley DB under the hood, they are hot. So, that's good and all, but yeah, it's so weird to see a page that makes requests load so quickly that you can't tell that anything happened. That is nice, isn't it? Behold the power of files that are just the size that you need. Came at 6 kilobytes. Do you know that is 3 TCP packets? Now in this case, it's 13 TCP packets. But we could do it, if this was optimized a little bit, because we know that these libraries are not likely to change. Wallet app is likely to change. These ones aren't. We could sort those around. I mean, pretty much like the coin selection algorithm. We can just sort those around and then minify them. And that's something I think that the web server should do. Style might be likely to change. Obviously, component styles are not likely to change. So, you can mix and match some of that stuff and bundle it together. And obviously, these TCP packets, they have to happen. But the data, the size of the data that's being transferred Well, okay, so now even if we say 238 kilobytes, yeah, let's just see what happens if we do a full. Let's disable cache and do 3G. Let's just see. So 3G, it still would be a pretty crappy experience. All right, good to know. That's absolutely terrible. Okay, let's do fast 4G. Huh, that looks like it's still doing pretty good. All right, I won't get caught up in that, but I'm sure there's, yeah, anyway. It's nice and snappy. Okay, so now we've got that in. Page is still loading. Let's go ahead and take a good save point here. Hey, what's up, everybody? How's it going? All right, so yeah, now we're going to get to the fun part. We're actually going to connect the send dash button to a thing. All right, let's go ahead. Send dash. And we'll do on click equals send dash event. There we go. That's it. Oh, and I was going to take a look at the... So we have the key utils here, which is the majority of how we get things set up. And this is basically the one line that needs to change. Well, we'll see. This is like the one line that needs to change in order for this example to work for your use case. So let me go back up to... This is what it looks like in the browsers. Your wallet map. We're going to create it with utils. So init. Well, even before init, this is kind of like a thing up here. Move this down here into the space of stuff. Okay. So keys map. Keys map was used before it was defined. Oh, okay. Fine. We'll leave that up there for now. Okay, so let's get on to the real enchilada now. All right, we're gonna do a window send dash equals function event And then this is, we're going to do our dash tx. So we need to figure out if there are selected. So this is what we need. We need to do coins equals let's see, what are we doing with this? So this is the thing that stinks too, is that now I have to switch back and forth between the files. It was nice to have them together, so I have to switch back and forth between them. But it's okay. And I could use one of those files switching hotkeys for Vim. I don't know. It never sticks for me for whatever reason. Okay, but what we want to do is check the checkbox. So, what do we have for this? Data name coin. Checked. All right, so we're just going to put up this debug information for just a second so that I can refresh the page and say send coins. Whoop. I actually don't want that to happen, so let's do event.prevent default. Okay, so selected coins, none. All right, so let's see if we check these two. Click send again, selected coins. All right, so not doing too great. Let's see what the value is on these. Value should have been set. Value. Split. Okay. Looks good. So I just did something wrong here. Oh, text content instead of value. That's what I did wrong. All right, cool. All right, so let's go ahead and check a couple. Click send dash. Check the console. See that we've got the parts that we wanted here. Excellent. Great. Okay. And then in production, we would actually want to, well, I guess it kind of makes sense to try and then check. So instead of constantly checking, you just try, and if you get an error, this coin's already spent or whatever, you can just do it again. Anyway, so amount. Oh yeah, this is good. All right, so with that, there we go. All right, so payment address is undefined, which that makes sense. Let's try it again. Now we should see not undefined, but we're still seeing undefined. So we're doing something wrong, which is okay. Send address. Data ID equals send address. This should not be a problem. Let's go look again. Data ID. Oh. $2 signs where only one is warranted. Okay, so function select coins address TXID index. The only problem with the parts here address TXID index stir. Let index equals parse int index stir 10. And then it should be select coin. Okay, let info equals delta's map address. If not info, throw new error. Coins for address disappeared. So this could happen realistically because they were spent. But for right now, just sanity checking. We don't need to check that TXID. I think we actually do have a function in -tx. Let me check. I think we have a utility function in -tx that will do this. That given something like this, it will see if it matches. But let me take a look. We have a select inputs. It might be in the other wallet function. No, okay. No, it's not in here. What about docfix? Okay, I think... maybe I can put both of those in tonight. Alright. Where are we at here? Yeah, I've done this somewhere, but yeah, it's just one of those things that comes up. I don't actually know if we need this either, really. There might be some other information associated with this that we need. But I think that we basically get what we needed from this. So, but whatever. Oh, whoops, that was not supposed to be indexed. That was supposed to be index. Okay, let me just double check that things are still going relatively well here. Oh, and then, okay, so this is the, yeah, I get what we're doing here. Okay. So, I'm going to do a little let coins equals. All right, if not coins dot length, then coins is going to be equal to um, all right. The coins. Okay, so here we go. So then I've come through this problem the same before. So it's probably not good to call this addresses. It's probably better to call it something like spendable, because we go through a bunch of these. Yeah, there we go. And I think that's how I did in the CLI part, is we separate out the spindle and everything, but that's okay. This is it's becoming more and more of a realistic example as we go. Uh-oh, where'd I, let's see, adder is not defined. Okay, completely expected for adder to not be defined. Line 373, because we just changed that. 312? Okay, reading balance. Okay. Yeah, this is starting to feel familiar again. Balance too low. All right. So I've done something wrong because it thinks that there's not enough of a balance and there should be. So maybe I need to take a step back here. And differentiate between spent addresses. Yeah, okay. Let me see how far we have to go back for me to undo this problem I've created. Probably not very far. All right, so I moved that around. I moved that around. Select coin, send dash. Some of these things. Okay, so I think I'm just going to take select coin, send dash, and revert. Because the term address is too generic, and I was using it for something without realizing what I was actually doing. So I made a boo-boo. Okay, so moving that around, no big deal. Kind of would like to keep that up at the top, but all this stuff I just changed with the loops, silly. Let's not change it. So I'm just going to take that. I'm going to take the L. Taking the L. Okay, let's refresh. See if things look better again. Okay, things look better. So I'm not going to touch that one again right yet. Okay, so when we send dash, I can't disappear on us. And then we also have this difference between forced coins, because it's different if we're saying it's forced versus it's available. Because here, All right, anyway. What am I doing? Okay, so available coins are 3 versus available coins are 1. There we go. That's what I want. So I want to be able to select which ones we're going to denominate eventually. And then from here, we've already got the payment address sorted out. All right, we're going to push our coins there too. All right. All right, available coins, available balance. Cool. Okay. So we got that going on. And now we want to see how much do they actually want to send. And I don't remember if saying that the type of it is a number makes a difference, but we're going to check that out and see. Yeah, okay. So Malster is string. Okay, yep. Actually, this is going to be parse float. Actually, I'm not using parse index where I shouldn't be. I mean parse int where I shouldn't be. Okay, so now we get to use -tx in a proper way. Now, some of the methods that we're going to use may not be documented yet. Because this basically shows how to do the inputs and the outputs. I don't know if this shows, let's see, legacy. Okay, create legacy TX. So these are the outputs we want and the change output, if there's going to be any. Okay. So this actually might be exactly what we want here is create legacy TX. I will check that out. Legacy draft single output. Legacy. Finalize pre-sorted. Okay, which one is this? Okay. Sending modes. So we got inputs and UTXOs. Full balance transfer. Okay. So these are the modes that we can do. So we want automatic coin selection. Okay, this is it. UTXOs. Got it. All right, so okay, this is exactly what we needed to worry about. So inputs. So basically we're going to do this. We're going to say we're going to let inputs equal null, and we're going to make this array -tx tx input or null. And then we're going to say if coins.length there we go. And I kind of like the idea of splitting this out into separate functions so that there's a draft automatic, draft coin control, draft transfer, something like that. I think would be better. And I actually want to see what the code looks like, because I may have already done that in the code. I remember looking over this. Yeah, okay, yeah. I'd like to change that. Because it's more, this makes it complex is better than complicated. Complicated is when you got a lot of different statements. Complex is when you need to do things in different ways. But yeah, it's 3 different use cases. It should be 3 different functions. Calling the same underlying function, sure, whatever, but and possibly not. Possibly just a little bit of duplicate code. All right, and then else. So how did we designate that again? Let me go back here. Okay. UTXOs is auto. Coin control is inputs. Full balance transfer is inputs and no sats. Yeah, that makes much more sense to do it that way. Okay. So there we go. Now we can replicate this function pretty much the way that it's intended to be. It should not allow us to have any weird amount. I'm trying to remember, do we need a round? I think we need to use round because the way that IEEE works, it could be off by 0.00003 or 0.99999, so I think round is correct. Okay, so here we go. tx equals dash tx dot draft single output, and then we're going to put in UTXOs, inputs, and Satoshis. And that should do it for us. All right. So we should get an error here. That's not the one I was looking for, though. Coins is not defined. Makes sense, because that's probably still in there. Yep. Okay, so yeah, we should get an error when we do this. Draft single output. What was that? Legacy, maybe? Legacy.draft single output. Got it. Okay. Okay. This may have had a bug in it. Let's go ahead and check it out. Really? After all the key utils. Oh, oops. Okay. Let's go ahead and take a look at this. So dash tx dot legacy? Undefined. Okay. So I might not have the right version, or this may be another documentation bug where it's just got should be lowercase instead of uppercase. Let's try it this way. Okay. Properties of undefined reading Satoshis. That's probably all right. Let me go check the way that this was actually set up. Output. Okay, so That output equals and address, right? Excellent. Hey, I watched your recent video. I look forward to voting yes on them. Hopefully your weekly rate is manageable. Well, it's, we'll see. I mean, it's nothing new. It's nothing that hasn't already been being paid. But when you look at it at perspective of, you know, because the money has already been going out through, you know, Dash Incubator and whatnot. But, you know, times were the times were more plentiful at one point. But thank you for the support, Kiwi. I mean, I think with the way that the voting's going right now, you don't really have to give up anything to do the 4-dash, right? But so what I would be looking for would be, my ideal would be to have, I don't know what today's rate is, but probably something in the realm of 250 to 300 dash for 2 weeks worth of work to really just bang some stuff out. So there's a couple of projects. I'm not sure what the best way to do it would be, because I could say, okay, well, here's 100 or 150 task, and I can bang it out. But I realistically, 2 weeks is a lot better in terms of switching between clients. So we'll see. All right. Expected Satoshis to be a positive integer, but got 0. All right. So how about this? Let's try that one. That should work now, maybe. All right. Expected Satoshis to be positive integer, but got null. Okay, let's try undefined then. Or maybe I try this. Sounds manageable. The coming year, I have reasonable hopes for. Okay, great. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Okay, so I guess what I'll do here then is, if Satoshi's greater than 0, output dot Satoshi's equals Satoshi's. I'm wondering if I'm still... Oh, I'm probably still getting something wrong because I'm not doing coin control. Okay, let me try doing coin control and then run the same thing that I was already running. Maybe... Okay, it'll work then. Okay, gotcha. So let me roll this back then. Okay, we'll roll that back. Okay, so as long as we're doing coin control, so I'm gonna pick these, I'm going to do this, I'm going to leave them out empty. All right, so that works. So if we do coin control, it's going to be a full balance transfer. So maybe we should have like a draft and a send. All right, and then what does our draft TX look like? So there's our inputs. There's our outputs. All right. So then I think what we do from there is we do the hash all and sign. Oh, okay, and I'm gonna fix that other documentation bug then. Oh, we don't have a documentation bug for that. Okay, that's actually correct. Okay. Let me go over and just handle these real quick. I'm going to pull them in and then make a new version and publish it. Okay, why is this in there twice? What? Okay, so we'll get those in there in just a second. And then, so from this debug tx, we also need to do signs. So we should have dash tx dot hash and sign all tx. And this would be ready for broadcast. Okay, so let's say send dust. Text content equals draft tx dot, what was it? Fee. Let's take a look here. Fee target. Okay, outputs. Draft tx dot outputs 0 dot satoshis divided by 1 divided by sats. And then we're not going to do selecting the tokens because we have two. We've got like a soft select and then a hard select. Like a you will use these coins versus a you can use these coins. Well, let's just go ahead and throw this up there and see what we get. Reading length 144. Okay, 31. Hex to bytes. Pub key hash. Okay, so now we've got a different problem. Is that we need to get pub key hash on the inputs and the outputs. And we need to get them sorted. After setting each address. Okay. So now we have to sort them. Got it. TX sort inputs. Got it. Okay, so maybe... Let's see, what do we do to get the pub key hash on these? And then the inputs... Problem with these coins, as currently constituted, so we got a problem there. And then we also need to get this pub key hash out. Okay, so that's where we're messing up here. Is that we must provide public key. All right, let's try this one more time. Let's take them from the top. All right, so there's pub key hashes in the output, but not in the input. So public key has to be in the input. So we probably need to get, yeah, okay. Public key. We might need to add a method to dash keys to make this easier, I guess. because we need to have for let input of graph tx.inputs. Ah, yes. I remember why this is now. And this is another one of those things where the implementation details are a bit annoying, but they have to be this way to keep the separation without having the bundler. Some of the online bundler tools would freak out, and so I had to remove this convenience functionality. But we could put it back in dash keys. Anyway, so what we need to do is we need to get hub key. So we need, let's see. All right, keys map. Let's go back to this. All right, so there's the key. And let me see what level this key was at. Derive address key. Okay, so this address key should actually have the public key on it. So we should be able to do... Now let me see what format it needed the address key in, because I don't remember whether it needed it as bytes. Public key. Okay. Dash tx.utils.bytes to hex. Okay, and then we can sort the inputs. And then we need to do the same thing for output. And this is pub key hash. This is another one where we probably need to change this up a little bit. All right, that one does not need to be awaited, though. I think this one does. We also need to check that data that comes back. Because on the RPC, is it not in the right format already? It may not be. Yeah, so, okay, it's got the script, which has the pub key hash, but it doesn't have the public key. And exporting the script, it's like, yeah. Okay, I think we can get away... I think we can get away without doing this, but I don't think we can get away without doing this. So what we need on our inputs, back over here, where we have key, is I think that we're going to need public key dash tx.utils.bytes to hex key.public key. And then we can get away without doing this. I think. So let's give that a shot, and then we'll dig into this a little bit more. Okay, get private key 31. Let's try this. I think what's happening here is simply it's passing in the wrong stuff. Where's the TX pub key hash? No. So in this one, it's not the pub key hash that's the problem. Let's see. Are we going to be a way to get around that? Okay, we probably want to do also pub key hash, which this would be dash keys dot public key to pkh. That might need an await there. I don't recall. I'm just going to go check. Okay, that's already an async function. But I think this does need an await. Okay, so let's refresh and see how we're doing here. So I probably want to update that example. All right, dash keys. All right, let's go look at this. Dash keys to pkh. Pub key is like that. All right, so that's looking good again. So let's select a couple of these, and then where are we at? Okay. Cannot read property of undefined. Reading TXID, which that we'll get rid of that shortly. Sort inputs. Okay, sort inputs. 214. So let's take a look at 214. Now, let's make sure that this is right. So that doesn't make sense that that could possibly be... All right, there's inputs. Inputs is an array. And it has TXID, has output index. But what we don't see on here that we expect to see on here is we don't see pub key. Why don't we see that? Okay, so we're going to have to go through this then. Keys map. Okay, I think that will work. Yeah, this is something I would like to make it simpler, but still, this one is, yeah, it's like gritty implementation detail stuff. Okay, so trying to read TXID. Let's see. Let's figure out what's going on there. So that's 832. I think we can get there just by updating some of the Dash HD documentation, probably. But I'm not 100% sure. All right, sort inputs. Oh, right. Duh. So I did this the wrong way. Maybe this should be called, yeah, sort by output. Okay, I see where that was just a titch confusing. And the documentation may also be wrong about that. Let me just double check on that one. Nope, that's correct. This is incorrect. Okay, so part of it was correct, part of it was incorrect. Because it's correct here, it's not correct there. So I will go ahead and... I'll go ahead and fix that one as well. Okay, it was right in every place except for that one. Because it's referenced in many places, and they're all correct, except for that one. All right, so we put that one up. npm run bump. Whoops. I got that fixed. Oh, yeah. Definitely want this to be simpler for people to use, but I'm not sure where to put that. I think maybe I should just have a dash keys. We kind of need, like, if we put in key utils, the dash keys function in the key utils, that might work. That might be the way to fix it. So up in key utils, there'd be get public key to PKH would be dash keys dot pub key to PKH, like this. And then to get public key, we kind of already have that one. So that one shouldn't be a problem. It should just be this one, and I think the reason we weren't doing this one before is because if it's an output, I don't remember. We have a to public key. We have a get public key. Yeah, I think we just need a to PKH. Or maybe we need to be able to just implement that as a one-off. I'm not really sure. Something's missing, but I'm not quite sure where it's missing, but I think we can actually provide the abstraction in a simple way. Okay, anyway. I shouldn't have started this when I was already out of steam. I think it's taken me longer to do less work, but that's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes. Okay. So still, we got this problem with the length. So we got the dash TX. All right. All right. Dash and sign off. So where are we having this problem with the length now? Because this seems to be happening after the fact. Oh, because the promise is returned too soon. Got it. All right. No biggie there. So get private key. Let's go check 31 there. 31. So get private key. We're getting TX input. TX input should have the pub key hash, but maybe it doesn't. So let's go ahead and check out what we're getting TX input wise. Okay, I think this would be... All right, here we go. So this should work. So I want to make sure that we get this to the point of working. But I also think that we can optimize it a little bit. All right, so let's select again. Cannot read length of undefined. So here's the TX input. We have the address, we have the amount, we have the public key, but we don't, why don't we have the PKH? That's where I'm a little confused. All right, so we have that there. And this is on inputs, yeah? So, but we don't actually need okay, let's try this again. Input public key. I don't think we even need that. But I think this is where we would be putting. So this is where we would do object.assign input, and then this is where it would make sense to have public key, address info, public key, and then also to have pub key hash address info dot pub key hash. I think this would make sense, but I don't think we need it. All right, so let's just get rid of that. Well, no, let's not get rid of it yet. Let's get this working, and then let's comment it out. So, again, we're going to check this. Should be 20 bytes. All right, PKH to adder. Private key, 36. Okay. Okay, so let's look at TX input. And we see pub key hash. Okay, so pub key hash in this case. All right. All right, so I think if we run this one more time, I think it's going to work out. There's just a little confusion between which part of the tools need the hex. Okay. Outpost must have pub key hash as a hex string. All right, that I believe is true. So I think we got past this one now. But now I also want to say, okay, so to do optional. Now we should have the address equals up here. All right, so I think we should get to the same spot now, the same next error if we go here. All right, input must have either pub key hash or script. All right, so we're not getting as far along. All right. So this is not optional. Yeah, I think pub key hash, I think we just need to copy that function. And let me go take a look at doing that right now. Okay, let's go. I'm going to go take a look. Whoops. Let's go take a look at dash keys, pub key hash, bytes to hex, pkh to adder. No, we want 2 pkh, pub key to pkh. Okay, so this one's super simple. Other than ripe MD160 sum, we don't want to have to be a dependency in dash tx because we don't have it as, there's no other need for that other than in that one specific spot. Okay, that's... Okay. Yeah, there's no ripe MD in there. And that's why, because this algorithm is a substantial algorithm. So that's why we have that there. Okay, so there is... And some of the APIs and RPCs and stuff hand that back. So, all right. Okay, I kind of see where we're at here. So if it's an input, but did we not have script on this? I thought we did have script on this. So I mean, let's go take a look at that RPC. It has script right there. So all right, let's take a look. So here's an input. So why does this not have script? Because this one is looking at UTXOs. Ah, so annoying. Okay, I get it. I get it. So we would have had script on here. The reason we don't have script is because get address UTXOs is not reliable. So we have to do get address deltas, which does not have script, and get address mempool, which also does not have script. Get address UTXOs have script. So if you're using get address UTXOs, then you already have it. You don't need the extra fluff. Yeah. And this is not available at the time of the other calls. So this is why. Okay. All right, let's think about this. Yeah, I think what I'll have to do is update the dash HD example so that it shows creating. So when we look at the keys map here, all right, why don't show putting. All right, so there's this bit here. All right, yeah, so I want to go back and update the example for dash HD to show doing the pub key hash. As pkh bytes. All right. Let's see, do I want to go over that right now? Okay, just a second. I'm going to publish dash tx with those minor documentation updates. I'm going to take a look at dash HD and see if it makes sense to get this in the documentation. Yes. Okay. So this is where things were looking better and now aren't looking as good in terms of the suite of tools. Is that there's this extra stuff that's needed that wasn't needed, because if we were using get address UTXOs from the RPCs, which is what we were doing, then it had all the information that it needed, and we didn't need to include that extra dependency. And then we removed the dependency, we get rid of the bundler problem on the bundler websites. But now, turns out get address UTXOs is not actually reliable, and I do need to update my issue. Okay, so here's something. Okay, let's go to dash pay and dash, and let's see if we have one about get address UTXOs. Okay. Okay, let's see. Would it be on the docs site? Let's try docs core. I think it's in docs core. Okay. Okay, so get address balance, get UTXOs. Okay. All right. All right, this would be issues. I would say get address. What would this be? Deltas and get address mempool are missing script related to blank. Okay, let's see here. Since get address UTXOs, no, it was just get address UTXOs is not reliable for real-time information. It was just is not reliable information. Therefore, it's just must be used in conjunction with in order to get the correct UTXOs. Okay, so we can pull something together here. Let me see this. Also, oh, hey, what's up? And which encryption error? Yes, this is live. Sorry, I just didn't have my thing up right then. Hold on. All right, so okay, where was my RPC at? It was this one? Was that YQ? Is this correct? Yeah, okay. example UTXOs. Okay, yeah. So I'm not using well, SecP256K1 is the encryption library that I'm using. We have a fork of it that just changes a couple of lines to make it browser compatible without having to use bundlers. So that the default export is already browser compatible. Okay, so TXID, output index, all this stuff, right? Okay, so example get address deltas. This can't be since this is ephemeral data, can't link to it, but it looks the same as get address deltas. Ephemeral. Am I not spelling it right? Ephemeral. Is that right? Ephemeral. I see, late night, man. Okay, so let's just change this over to get address deltas instead. So all I'm going to do is change here, instead of get address UTXOs, we're going to change this to get address deltas. All right. Okay, so now we've got the same thing. So it's got address. So I'll just reorder these as if, because the differences here are not useful. So TXID, output index, fine. Satoshi's, let's just do script here. There's a script there. Block index here. Okay. All right, let me try this again. All right, so get address UTXOs is going to spit it out. Address TXID, output index versus index. We can live with that. Satoshi's, height, block index, script. Okay, so this is how they're different. All right. Okay. Include script, which means that in order to use as a UTXO, Likewise. Okay. All right. Yeah. I don't expect anything out of this, but I'm just going to post it there. Oh, whoops. Nope, this was the wrong repo. Whoops. Uh, yeah, I can't transfer it. Whatever. That's fine. So one other thing that I do want, there's a pull request that's open right now. I do want to actually check on real quick now that it's on my mind. It was in regards to the collateral. Okay. I'd vote for, since this has come to a code level change, I'd vote for allowing collateral to be used while also keeping backwards compatibility to be used. Tap into the CoinJoin verification function. Of burning coins. Let's see what happened with this. Whoa, commitment confirmations equals 6. Okay, that's why it takes so long. Okay, I'm just gonna throw this in there. Oh. Well, let's see. I'd also vote for industry standard terminology of burning rather than commitment. So that it's clear what's going on, but at least it's not overloading, so that's great. Okay, all right, I'm getting out of here. Interesting. That is pretty cool. Okay. I'll just leave it out. Okay, let me get back to what we were doing here. I'll have to like redo this tomorrow in like half an hour instead of 4 hours. Like it's taking me longer to get to the. Oh, it's okay though. It's good. It's good. I did want to follow up to the other one that's quicker, and so this is not worked out the way that I was hoping for. In that regard. Okay, so bytes to hex is not working in Sendash 225. Okay, so let's go look at 225. 225. No, what? 225. All right, here we are. So this one, address info, pub key hash. So pub key hash is already in the right format here, so we don't need to redo that. Okay, so let's try this one more time. Pew, pew, pew. All right, pub key hash as every output must hash pub key hash as a hex string. Okay, so now we're back to the output. And why are we having this issue with the output? Can we get around this somehow? Output pub key hash. So we could decode. Yeah, so we just got to decode it. All right. All right. So yeah, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna update key utils. And then do we also have adder to PKH? Is that the other thing we've got? Adder to PKH. All right, got it. Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to do it right now. I'm going to save this one for later. I'm going to put this in as a whip. All right, so let me actually close that out here. I'm gonna open up this pull request and I'm gonna go over what the problem is. Okay, we have a few conflicts that we can resolve by adding. Okay, let's see. Add pub key to PKH and adder to PKH to key utils. Okay, we have a few conflicts. Conflicting concerns. We want devs to be able to interop with other cryptocurrency libraries. We don't want hard dependencies on our own where there's clearly where there's a clear separation of concerns, providing defaults providing encode no def defaults causes bundle phobia, etc. to fail. Some sites and bundlers, like bundle phobia, to fail. Get address UTXOs is unreliable. Okay, and then let me go link dash pay docs core. Okay. Requiring the use of get address are reliable but are missing script. We can either create a hard dependency on dash keys, which seems reasonable. We can do any of leave more tedium to the developer. Current. Add new convenience methods to utils proposed. Create a hard dependency on dash keys. Reasonable but not preferred. There we go. All right. So, yeah. So I'm just going to throw this out there for now. I'm not going to do anything else with it. I'm just documenting it. It seems like a reasonable solution. Okay, so every output must have pub key hash. Now, outputs okay. And I'm going to go ahead and link to that issue that I just opened, wherever the heck I opened that. I think I opened on dash keys. No, I opened it right here. Okay. All right, so this isn't so bad. In particular, going from the TX draft to the TX signed requires a bit more ceremony than I'd like. Now, in one way, so we could just go, we can't, okay, but this public key problem, we can't really solve, well, we kind of can, because we can get the private key, we get the public key. Yeah, okay. Yeah, because we can get the private key, we get the public key, and then we get the pub key hash. So we can make all this go away because we already have the function for the priv key, pub key. So we just need pub key hash and adder pkh. All right. We get that, we can do it. All right, we can do it. It's doable. All right, so now seems kind of silly, but blah. All right. Okay, pub key to pkh. $229. Okay, so let's look at $229. Now the outputs, hold on. This is not correct. So this would be key.public key. But no, this is wrong. All right, so we don't need to do anything here. All right, so I will actually bring this up. So this, we just need adder to pkh. Okay, so let me go update this issue accordingly. No biggie. Better me than JoJo in terms of endure the frustration. Although I think he's gotten past this part by now. Alright, so now, what is this? Alright, so we still have, we still have this issue of there we go. You know, could have either encapsulated that better or just not have made it optional. Because it seems like in production code, it's always necessary. But whatever. All right, we're closing up here. All right, sweet. Boom, transaction. Woo! Ha ha! All right, so yeah, that was like we oh, this is going to be done in less than an hour. 4 hours later. Okay, but it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Okay, so now let's say that we want to send an amount. All right. Output is missing address and pub key hash. Oh, because now we need change. Right. All right, so this is good. All right, so in that scenario, we have to implement change addresses. Which we could, you know, just, you know, we could have a function get change address, whatever. Again, wallet intricacies, wallet implementation details. But, you know, I really do believe this is a pretty good, let's see. It's a pretty good API. I would like to move it out to 3 separate functions so that there's fewer edge cases. Then it's really a UI issue, because this does make it a little bit, yeah. I don't like how this has, it's too much. You got to rely too much on the documentation, but it's not bad. It's just it could be better. It could be 3 functions. That would be fine. So we don't implement change yet. So what was our other option? We're gonna have to implement change. But it's okay. We don't implement change yet. And we're not going to right now, because the next thing we're going to do is... and let's see what we can do about throwing here. Okay, so I wish... I got into minutia. I wish I hadn't. I kind of want to redo this. Not redo the whole thing, but I kind of want to, you know, go back in time from the PR. I just want to have the 30-minute version where we finish up the MVP wallet and have that as a video, because this got into implementation details that were just a little bit more meh than I would have liked. And then, yeah, I think I think having this, I think just having this documented better, like having this documented where, was it this one or was the other one? Yeah. Yeah, just having this documented would be good. Let me see if there's a good place in the README for that. Probably not. Anyway, all right. What was the last little bit we need to do here? So at this point, I think we can broadcast a transaction, and then I'm gonna work on the denomination stuff on my own, off camera. I think. Well, we'll see. We'll see how I feel tomorrow. Now I kind of wish I had worked on this off camera, and then I could have just done the short version for the stream. Well, we'll call this the blooper version. Maybe we'll call it, yeah, we'll call it blooper reel. Yeah, because if we take away the select, well, we kind of have to have the selection piece. I don't know. It is what it is. But now we have. So the only thing that we would need. Okay, so well, let me go back to a few of these things here. Window.alert error.message. Okay, like with this one, how do we get change addresses? Well, we just pick from the addresses that are unused, right? So if we want to do that, then we could just do addresses.shift. Okay, let change equals. So this would be to do use or we could even, okay, let's go back and do this. So let's go back to our, I don't want to really implement the whole thing here. For demonstration purposes, let's see. Okay. Addresses.push. Okay, so there's the xpriv key. So what we could do is we could do a loop here and say usages receive. Well, I don't know. I can't remember how I did this before. But essentially we just do the same thing, right? And yeah. Okay, so let's see if we can do this. Maybe the right way to do it would be, let's get rid of usage. So let's do this. Okay, so then we run through here. All right, we'll do a receive key. And then for simplicity's sake, we'll just say if either one of them fail, we'll just skip it. Or for simplicity's sake, we just get rid of this check because it's really highly, well, yeah, just, what we could do is encapsulate this as a function, and then we don't want to worry about that thing, but whatever. Okay, let me back off here a little bit. Okay. Okay, so make up for skipping. All right, so then we'll try this one. Okay, and then we would need the addresses array. We're implementing change, folks. What do we want? Change. When do we want it? Now. Okay. So here we are with all of this. All right, so addresses are ones that are available, but you know, addresses. So addresses.join. I think we could do this a little bit better. Uh, okay, so we'll just have a bunch of arrays and we'll copy everything everywhere. It's gonna be great. Everybody knows it. Okay, so add key. All right, so we'll always add to addresses. Okay, I think we're there. I think we've arrived. Okay, so now I got to go back to the HTML, and now I got to redo this addresses stuff. Okay, fresh addresses. Okay, there we go. There we go. We've got it now. I mean, I should have saved when everything was working perfectly. That would have been a good time to, save, but that's not how I roll, of course. It's weird. I think I got the change addresses mixed up. Hold on. Yep, indeed. Okay, cool. All right, so now we got the outputs. Cool. So now we can use change addresses. So now change is implemented. And now I think with that, I'm going to call it a night. Well, I guess what we should do, what I call it a night, is actually do the send of the transaction, right? One thing that I'd like to do, I'm not going to do because I don't need it for the CoinJoin stuff. But actually, I mean, you do need it for a true private send. If you're going to implement a private send, but have just a list here of, okay, here's addresses and amounts that I want to send to. Just have the list and have it do the send. More importantly, have the wallets that I want to send to, but we could do wallets or addresses. Either should work. All right. Anyway. Oh, here we go. Okay. Yeah, so let's actually have it send, and then we're done with that. Okay. Let's get rid of some of these debugs. All right, so all right, then okay, and we do have some of this stuff should already be taken care of. If the balance that's available is not calculated correctly, that this error should already surface. I'm just going to go ahead and put that in there anyway, since we're dealing with UI and you guys don't really have a way to deal with errors properly because it's only 2024, early stages. You know what I'm saying? All right, so less than the required. Want to send. Whoops. Let's see, amount stir. Available. Available. What? All right, so we're going to debug all this stuff. We're going to draft the transaction. I'll do all this nonsense. Actually, this part, let's just go ahead and move this up because this actually does make a lot of sense. Okay. And here's where we await the RPC, right? Yeah. So send raw transaction. Okay, we'll just do this. Really send if confirmed. All right. Okay. All right. All right, so yeah, we're gonna remove those addresses, and then any of the addresses that were used as inputs. Okay, what the ones that are being used for the balances. Okay, yeah. All right, so all inputs, all outputs, remove all the things. Send raw transaction. There's the transaction. And then, I mean, I guess we should do some sort of run recalc or something on the delta. Select coin, whatever. So we'd also need to update them in the delta list, because the list of deltas is now going to have bad information. Yeah. So we'd want to, well, at this point we'd just refresh. That's how we'd solve that problem. But ideally, Okay, render addresses. So we have a little to do here. Update deltas for these addresses. So maybe we look at delta maps. Where's the part where we did the RPC calls in the first place? Oh, wait, we need to add our inputs to the spent then. Hold on. Oh, it's all the state management now. It's going to kill us. Okay, so let's see if we can get the deltas to update to. Deltas map. Separate that out into its own function for a minute. Okay, so we've got for address of addresses. Render address. Okay, so I think if we take this whole thing. Oh, no, wait. Now we got the... All right, there we go. Update deltas. Is spent. Render addresses. Okay, now let's see how we fare here. Oh, something got goofy. Okay, this should not have caused that problem. Dang it. Okay, so So these are all the addresses that changed. And these have addresses here. Wait. Is this add key just for that? Dang it, I wish I'd saved it a minute ago when everything was working perfectly. Alright, let's take a look at application stuff here just in case. Okay, so it looks like we're getting back to this undefined problem. My guess is that if I let that run again, it'll be undefined again. So that tells me something. Not sure what it tells me, but it tells me something. Wait, what is this? If the most recent info we have. Okay, why is nothing working anymore? Okay, definitely found the good money. Alright, so I think that what's happening is something's not being returned. It's not being put in the right scope. Let's see if there's some... Alright. Okay. Maybe the total balance? Is the total balance not being updated here? Was the total balance declared here? No. Okay. Ah, wait. That's what it is. We're just missing the await. Okay, so let's try this. Grab my friendly address. Let's send 1.0. Give that nice one. Select these. Alright, send dash. Really send 0.955. Cancel that. Oh, because they got sorted. Right. So we have to check the change address before we sort them. Okay, let's look at that TX output here. Draft TX. How odd. Okay. Hmm. Really send that amount to there? Yes. Oh no! Min relay fee not met. Well, that shouldn't be able to happen. Interesting. Huh. That's a little bit strange. I wonder if we also have the option for fee there. Interesting. So if we look at this, let's say stores global variable, temp1 dot length. Oops. Huh. So we got an off by 1 in here somewhere, I guess. Okay, if it's less than or equal to break, okay. Finalize pre-sorted. Ah, I got to use the legacy finalize. Because I'm using legacy draft, I got to use legacy finalize? Is that? Okay. Got it. Okay, got it. When we use the one legacy function, I have to use the other legacy function. Understood. Okay. And then one thing I didn't do. All right. Well, next stop, CoinJoin, but that's for another day. Sweet. Look at that. Interesting. So spent addresses is not holding up as well as I would have thought. It's not, well, I guess it's not doing what I thought it would do. I didn't program it correctly. Ah! Dash address here. Promo code there. Motorcycles here. All right. Well. All right. That's good enough to call it a night. Really? Really? Bridge. Not sure. I'm not on what a bridge is. I can't figure out what bridges are. That looks like AI to me. Is it a carport or is it a bridge? Nobody knows. Is this the bridge? I'm not a robot. Might be a bridge, but I'm not a robot. Oh, something went wrong. Why am I not surprised? All right, well, call that a pretty good success. All right, so next time... Oh no! These are all the wrong amount, aren't they? These only have 3 zeros. Well, that's all right. It'll work out. Okay, so next time we'll be doing denominated versus not denominated. Oh, what's up? You can ask a JS question. Yes. Sorry, I didn't see that earlier. I'm kind of tired. But you can ask one if you can ask it quickly. Otherwise, I'm going to disappear. If you're still there, even. You got problems, but what if I don't have answers? Oh, you want to do S3? Bro, I got you covered. My dude. Here you go, right here. Whatever your S3 problem is, boom, just use that. Don't use concurrency. Just do it this way. Don't worry about it. So you do your get, you do your set, your head, delete, sign the URL. All the things. If you want to do it with concurrency, you would need to do it in Go. You wouldn't do it in JavaScript. I mean in parallel. If you wanted to do it in parallel, you'd do it in Go, not in JavaScript. You might be able to get it to work with JavaScript in parallel, but meaning doing multiple uploads at the same time. I don't know if that's what you mean by concurrency, but just keep it as simple as possible, but no simpler. And this is pretty much it. This is as simple as possible, but no simpler. You could look through all the code here. It's only the grand total of, 300 lines long? A little bit more. Yeah. Video transcoder. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You probably should not be using S3 if you're doing video transcoding. You should probably just do it on the local file system. Let's see what you got here. Reader uploads don't read dir sync. So no. So you need to do require FS. Whoops. Can I let me just edit this. No, I don't want to. I just want to look at the whatever. So you do fs/promises, and then you await read dir. You don't do read dir sync. Also, you get rid of all the try catch because it's async, so you shouldn't have any try catch, especially not doing stuff like this, because then you're just going to get a bunch of errors. Then, like, you're going to see a bunch of errors, and the code's going to do something else. So get rid of all the try catch. Get rid of for each. You need to do boomer loops. You can't use these with async. So you just got to do boomer loops, and it's just simpler. It's better. Just never use for each again in your life. At least not in JavaScript. Like there's no advantage to it anymore. I used to be an advocate of it back in 2015 or whatever, but just don't do it. So for let file of files, then you can do await fs.stat. So it is directory, and then await rmdir, and then you want a .catch, and then you can .catch and give it a no op, because you don't really care if the directory doesn't get removed. It's not a reason to crash your program. Okay, but anyway, what are we doing? So you're trying to look for, you've got some uploads. If you have uploads, then you're just going to delete them. Is that what I'm seeing? If you have something in the uploads, then you're just going to delete them. That's what it looks like. You might also want to check out, I don't know if this is actually going to help you or not, but there's walk.js. So yeah, okay. Here you go. Okay, there we go. This is the one. This is the one. You might find this useful. All right. So yeah, you just look, here's the thing. And this is partially because it's late at night and I deal with this stuff all the time. Don't do if you are not the expert, don't do the complex stuff. It doesn't make you look cool. It doesn't make you look more expert. It doesn't make anything run faster. Get rid of the Kubernetes. Get rid of all the crazy stuff you're trying to do. Just like, if you can't figure out how to do this with a file and a folder, you can't figure out all that other stuff. So just figure out the simple thing first. Don't try to do all that. Get yourself a little DigitalOcean box, which is going to cost you like nothing, or Hetzner or Vultr or whatever. Just get yourself a little $5 a month box. Don't do all the Kubernetes and stuff. You don't need it. Like, if you're coming to me on Twitch to ask me questions about how to do pretty basic stuff in JavaScript, you are not at the level to be trying all the Kubernetes, right? All right. Actually, DevOps engineer. Okay, maybe. All right. So you got a bunch of qualities here, transcode and upload. Yeah, you got to await promises. Okay, again, you don't need to do this promise stuff. What you do instead, because what you're going to end up here is most likely just thrashing. So what you need to do here, again, don't use map, don't use for each. I know that's going to be counter to what you've heard. But the thing is, you're doing async, so don't do it. Just do for let quality of qualities. Don't worry about the new promise stuff because, okay. So with the new promise, you got to wrap. This is something you can use GPT for. You can get GPT to wrap an exec function for you. Or is this coming from, this is probably somebody's weird library. Fluent FFmpeg. Let's see. Is that actually a custom version of FFmpeg? All right. I kind of see what's going on there. Do they not provide await for you? Because you just put this off in its own function to wrap it in the promise. Don't try to wrap a bunch of stuff in the promise. Just wrap the one thing you need. Just reduce layers of abstraction, reduce complexity. Just try to keep it as simple as possible. Okay, but what's the problem here? What is actually the problem? To me, it looks like don't use promise.all. You almost never should use promise.all. Again, do the for loop. For let, and I don't even know what this would be from because this is generating all these promises. Yeah, don't do it. Just for let and then do await. You generally shouldn't have try catches because it's async code. So what you might have is a top level handler that has a .catch, but you probably should not have any try catches because that just means that your code's not going to execute the way that you think that it's going to execute. There are a few cases where you need to use try catch, but usually with async code, you do not do that. All right, number of chunk over 400 files and going to upload, can't handle number of requests come from post. Exactly. This is what I'm saying. You need to switch everything over to for loops. Don't use map. Don't use promise.all. Don't use for each. Switch everything over to for loops, and then you can use await. Okay? And I bet you know, let's say if I just did this here, let's say I just copy this. GPT is good at some of the stuff. Okay. Refactor this code to not use for each nor map nor any of the functional array methods that don't use that are incompatible with async await. Also switch remove try catch where possible, and instead use dot catch if needed, if actually needed. Now who knows what it's going to come up with, but let's just throw it in there and see what it does. It's getting better. Okay. So it's doing a little bit more of a boomer loop than I wanted. I don't know if you need that I there. Yeah, you just so it's and like it's not doing it perfectly, but transcode and upload. Yeah, and I should tell it to. I didn't tell it to do the file, the async file stuff, but it needs to do that too. All right. So that, yeah. So this is wrong. So this needs to await there. It shouldn't be doing that. But the next thing, so this needs to be pulled out into its own function. This whole block of code right here. Bloop. All right. Yeah, so GPT is not doing a great job at it. You're gonna have to take it piece by piece and whatnot. Anyway, I'm out. I was going. It's too late for me. I'm sleepy time. You have a good one. Good luck. Adios.